All good to go. Thanks to Kyle. All right, cool. Hello, good evening. Hi, Alex, how are you doing? All right, so I'm gonna do my little spiel before I get started here. This is a regular sketching stream that we usually do. So if you're watching this on the VODs on YouTube later, this is sort of like just a chill session. You can work along with it if you want to, if you've got a project that you've got going on. If you got questions, feel free to ask, sort of a thing. Like, it's very much like a conversation-based session, 4 hours long. We're just gonna take a sphere and we're just gonna like mash it around into something until, I guess, inspiration hits. That's usually what it is. So we treat this kind of like the same way that you would treat like a sketchbook. When you open it and you just kind of do whatever the heck you want, and then you know, you just kind of like go with the flow. So this is sort of one of my friends from the earlier days of Twitch, John, he had said this is like concepts from chaos, and that's like something that I keep saying over and over again. So that's really what it is. It's just concepts from chaos. You just mash it and then go from there, right? So if you have any questions about like what we're doing as we're doing it, though, feel free to ask. But yeah, it's just sort of like a fun sketching session. It's not going to be for anything as well. I should disclaimer that too. This is not for printing. It's not directly for games or film or anything like that. It's sketching. So like if you wanted to take this and make it something that you could print or something that you could put into a game or a film or anything of the like, of course you could always take it and clean it up afterwards, but that's not the goal here. The goal is to just really just have fun and experiment and play. Yes, it's a for fun stream. ZBrush is for fun. Hey Pyramid, how are you doing? Hey Scott, hey Grim. What's up, Sapphire? Halloween time plan. Oh yeah, it is. Actually, we should do something spooky. We should definitely do something spooky. I was thinking like, okay, I just watched Dune, right? I just watched Dune last night, which by the way, you should definitely go and watch it. Amazing film. Really great. And I think it's like, everybody that I know who has read the books too are just like, this is definitely Dune, like 100% Dune. So I was like, oh well, I could do a fan art of the worm. And I'm like, I feel like, nah, like we'll do something else, I think, but that would be pretty funny. Yeah, Dune was amazing. I saw it in IMAX, so that was a treat. I was a little bit like sketched out with how many people there were in the theater. I'm still not used to that many people, even though everybody's like safe and everything like that. It's still like, I still get like all like, whoa. But the movie was good enough to completely distract me from like everything around me. It was really intense. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to be like spoilery or anything. But like, the great thing about Dune, and especially this rendition of it, was I feel like it was just so, how do I explain, like, it was just so analog. Does that make sense? Like, everything was so, there was like a tactical feeling to everything. Like it wasn't like holograms and like super sci-fi UIs and everything flying around everywhere. Like everybody had an Iron Man suit or something, you know what I mean? It was very like it almost felt more believable because of that. It was interesting. I don't know, I really liked it. It was fantastic. Grounded, yes, very grounded. It was great. Everything was super well thought out. Meticulous detail. Every single scene there was something there. Dune spoiler, go watch it so we can get more Dune movies. The second one's already confirmed. Man. I'm so excited. I think 2 years from now though, unfortunately. But wow, what a movie. I ended up like, it's long too, so keep that in mind, is that it is a very long film. So if you do go and see it and you've got like a drink with you or something like that, Just like hold off of drinking like any of it until maybe you're an hour in. Because it's like I went to like a 10:30 show and I was out at like 1:30 in the morning. Super worth it though. All right, so we're just gonna grab a whole bunch of shapes here. I like to just like really whoosh whoosh with it, you know? Just use the sound effects. Just whoosh whoosh. Mask and snake hook, baby. Just pull things out, make some shapes, and then see where that goes. That do be the way. Already digging. Already digging. Also, who attended the ZBrush Summit, by the way? Does anybody, did you guys miss it? Did you hang out for all 3 days? What's up? Too bad I didn't get any of the anatomy models from the summit. Dude, okay, you know what's funny is because I was co-hosting this year, I thought it would be really weird if I started like participating in the giveaways and stuff as well. Like it would have just looked really weird if I was just like, yeah, give me more stuff, you know? Like I didn't want to be greedy or anything like that. So I didn't actually put my name in any of the giveaways or anything, and Paul just kept like saying like, all right, this one's for you, because I made a joke on the first day. I was just like, somebody's got to put my name in for me, right? And I think he assumed that I was like participating in the giveaways. So oh man, but those anatomy sculptures are pretty dope. I already have some of the 3D Total ones, right? These ones, but I don't have the evolution without the end, the evolutio ones, which are like really sick. They've got the I was like eyeing up the crocodile one and the pig one especially that they have. Their wolf is pretty cool too. I mean, like the thing is, I already got like a dog and a horse, but having like more is never like bad. Yeah, it's expensive. It's expensive to get these. They have an animal pack out though, so like there's like 3 of them. All right, thanks, Ghost. I hope you have a great night. Thanks for the feet, IMM. An ornithopter. Dude, yeah, the ornithopters were really well designed. Again, I don't want to go into like too much detail about the film because I don't want to accidentally say something I shouldn't that'll like spoil it for people, but I just want to like stress that the design and detail and thought that went into recreating this this world, the world of Dune, for the screen was incredible. It was really well done, and if anything, I honestly believe that this version of Dune is this generation's like Lord of the Rings. Like that's how good I think it is. I definitely recommend going to see it. It's incredible. But again, like I said, like it's long, so don't drink your drink until you're like halfway through. Otherwise, you're gonna be like antsy. Summit needs to be made every 6 months. I think that everybody, like, it's a lot more intense than I think people realize. Being live and being like on for 8 hours, because like the thing is like you're not like, it's 8 hours. Paul has to do this and the Pixo team has to do it like 8 hours for 3 days in a row. That's like it's a lot. You wanted the Cintiq so bad because you're on a budget, but congrats to the ones who won it. Yeah, like I'm so surprised how many Cintiqs they gave away this year. Is crazy. But yeah, huge congrats to everybody who won the giveaways, and especially the Sculpt Off. That was like, I know how like intense the Sculpt Off is. I didn't participate this year. I was in last year's Sculpt Off, and I know that like I was just clenching my butt cheeks the whole time. Plus, if you had an injury or you were sick while you were doing the Sculpt Off too, extra props, because I know how like hard that is. When I was doing the Sculpt Off last year, my shoulder was out. Like I had busted, I ripped one of the tendons in my acromion process. So like when I was doing stuff, I had a ripped shoulder tendon. So I was like, you can even see in the VOD, I was like dying. Watching the Dune trailer now. You gotta watch the movie. You gotta watch the whole movie. Absolutely insane. Like I just want everybody to go watch it, because the thing is with like films, you vote with your wallet, right? Like, and it's just such a good movie. I want more movies to be made that are like that good. So let's start a trend of good movies. Go see it. Really good movies. So, okay, because I'm sure some people will be asking, well, why do you stretch your geometry like this? Well, it's because like it gives some like cool sort of artifacting when I'm sketching, and I don't really like have a direction of like what it is that I want to do. This low poly kind of like stuff here, when you Dynamesh it, it actually turns this low poly into usable geometry that you can just sculpt on top of. Hold on, I'm gonna turn this down just a tad. Yeah, the whole summit got to see Monty's. True. I'm not sure, Doug. I'm not sure. Yeah, Space Mouse. They give away a lot of those. No, yeah, Angelus, there's not a lot of breaks because, like, I mean, you've got, like, the 2 minutes in between things to, like, get up and grab water or, like, pee. But there isn't, yeah, there's not much of a downtime. You just gotta keep going, keep rolling. And I can only imagine what it would be like in person. I've never been to an in-person summit. So. All hail the crunchies. I agree. Crunchies don't get enough love. I'm just saying that right now. All right, let's see. And then it can be kind of like, all right, I'm just kind of like trying to think of like what is it that I want to even do tonight? Do I want this to be more like maybe like a maybe like dog-like anatomy or lizard? I'm not sure. Do some like something a little bit more broken too, a little more abstract. So a lot of the time too, like you'll notice like I just kind of like I'll delete things, I'll just kind of like smooth something out, I'll pull something out, something else out, because like I don't really care if something is accurate to anything at this stage. Like I'm just looking for like some cooler shapes, so like I really just don't care if something is anatomically correct right now. Like I just, does it look cool? Does it look like eye-catching? That's really what I'm looking for. And then like I can start adding in function and everything afterwards. Especially when you're like, you know, just doing like some sketches. and you don't have any like plans for anything, the best thing to do is to just play around with shapes, in my opinion. Do something more like bug-like is maybe. The Thomas Steampunk Monty creation. I'm surprised he did that. I genuinely thought he was gonna be like, he was joking when he said that. And it turned out he was just like, hey, he like messaged me, he was like, hey, I would really like it if you could give me, you know, that Monty sculpt that you did, and then I'll just add off of that. I was like, you actually are gonna do this? I don't think Dune's, no, I don't think it was disappointing at all. I thought it was actually really good. I enjoyed it, personally. I guess everybody's gonna have their opinion about the ending. I know that Eric also was a little bit, like, wishy-washy about it, but I thought it was fine. I thought it was totally good. Why is this in podcast now? I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, Blade Runner was great as well. I just have to keep like screaming at the top of my lungs, go and see Dune. Thank you, Toxicon. Yeah, the thing is, like, that was my first time I've ever NC'd anything, so that was really crazy. It was a lot of fun, though. It was tiring, but it was a lot of fun. The Mint Industries are gonna really like the new mesh projection features. Yeah, that's literally, so if you were watching the ZBrush Summit, Vishar, I had continued after one of his tips. He had actually done like a whole thing of like how to create a impression on a coin, essentially. And then Paul comes at the end with the new version of ZBrush being like, oh yeah, by the way, here's a button for that. Like, damn! Damn, what is this rolling? That's so good. Yeah, it was really good. The Neville presentation was great. Yeah, no, everybody's gonna have their favorites, right? Depends on like what you do as well. I thought everybody did really well on their presentations. Yes, sir. I was so like zonked after day one. It was absolutely like rolled. Okay. So I don't really like this. We could probably do something else here. I'm gonna split this off, I think, because I don't really like this like bulbousy thing going on here. Actually, I don't even think we're gonna split it off. We're just gonna like zoom, kind of make it go back to which it came. Just kind of, there you go. Go back in there. Go back in there. Go back in there. There we go. We'll just get a new piece. Not gonna be complicated. Let's get a new piece. Go down here. Whoop. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Alright, and then here, I kind of want to have the head facing upwards. It's just a preference. Still don't really know what we're going to be doing here. Grab a little bit more of this. Right. Grab some more of that, pull it back. Have I 3D printed any of my models? No, I haven't. I have not. I don't have a 3D printer. Everybody was sounding off like this weekend about how many printers they had, and I'm just here like, where would I even put it? I would just like gas myself if I had a printer, because like you need ventilation for it, right? So no print for me, none for me. What do we want this? Looking for silhouette here. The straight across is usually not something that I like to do personally, because it kind of like just it plateaus what your eyes are doing. So this is not very strong right here. I'm gonna probably work with lifting this up or something like that. Pulling this out and up. Something like that would be a little bit better. Then we'll play with these back bits, probably bring them in more. Give it a little bit more energy, because then it goes like this instead of like this. We like your eyes to be doing this. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I need a room for it all on its own, exactly. Hey Eric, what's up? Steampunk Monty 3D printed the same size as the real Monty? That would be horrifying, especially the fact that, like, did you see, like, Tomas literally put, like, the steampunk, like, gears into his eyes, so that just made me question, like, dude, are you, like, is he powering his tank off of evaporated tears? Because it's steampunk, right? So is it being powered by him just, like, crying and that evaporating into, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Felt bad for my boy. What did I think about the demon chess pieces? Oh yeah, Sedan's a really great artist. Also, if you didn't watch the summit, you can always just like catch up on things on YouTube. They've got the summit recordings on YouTube if you're interested. If you fancy, they at the end of each day, Paul shared some stuff that's coming out for the new version of ZBrush. When? Wouldn't be able to tell you, but yep. That's going to be for the new version, is all the other stuff. So there's like Bevel Pro, which is a GPU based beveling plugin, and then there's like a bunch of other things as well, like projection based things. Which you definitely check out. More interpolate fun. We do love some repeating shapes. I think I'm gonna give this like a really low res Dynamesh right now before I actually kind of continue it. Oh yeah, and put that AccuCurve on. I love me some AccuCurve, baby. Baby. Yeah, baby. taking it on, taking it off, wax on, wax off, you know, maybe how it is. Like this. Here, I'll grab that, and then this can almost be like kind of like hanging down like that, kind of like that. Grab this right here, hang it down. Yeah, hangings. Got that skin that go flappy flap. Got them bingo wings, baby. Bingo wings. Kind of feel like that's a mean term, honestly. I should probably not say that. But, you know. Alright, let's do woo. Rotate. Longer. Really push those shapes. Let's not be conservative here. Let's like really exaggerate some stuff. Let's really get that like swoosh, that swoosh action, you know? Woof. Like that. Liking that. Is this live? Yes it is. Hi class, how you doing? I think they'll do at least cut presentations in the last summits. Yeah, like they usually like individually like post things. We'll see. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Oh god, my brain is farting. It's now I'm just taking too long to say your name. Daisuke, right? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The align and distribution was so needed in ZBrush. Oh yeah, the align and distribution was a thing. Yep, Setsuke. I'm so sorry. My brain is still actually fried. I don't know. I woke up today and it was just like, today? You're not gonna even know how to tie your own shoes. I'm not even joking. I spent like I spent so long trying to figure out my shoelaces today. Hi Luke, how are you doing? Guys, also both Daisuke and Luke are streamers here on the Pixologic ZBrush live channel, so you should definitely go and check them out. Luke was also live during the first day of the summit with me, making a bug. No, not actually a bug. I'm gonna keep calling it a bug though, but it was a crustacean version of Predator, which was really, really cool. So go and check out day one of the summit so you can see that. Then also go and check out the presenters. Very, very good. Very good. Very good. Yeah, I don't know, man. My brain, I don't know. I feel like I've like slowly been descending just into like this like cloud of I don't know how to do anything anymore. Oh, it might also be because this dog, this Monty, is farting up a storm. You guys are lucky you can't smell it, man. Woo! Corgi farts. Something special. Boo. All right, so when you've got these internal lines here, let me just like actually talk about what I'm doing for a second. So when you get like internal lines, so overall, we've got like this sweeping line right here, but this is starting to clash with all of those lines, this like little like frill thing that I'm doing here. So what you want to do is kind of complement that line, have everything kind of like work along with it in some way. So you don't want things to be parallel. Instead, you want it to kind of have sort of like a, what is it? Like you take two circles and they come kind of close to each other, like a taper happens. That's sort of like what you want to try to do with these sorts of things, so that you don't really get that parallel issue or any kind of like tangent that might happen. But then you also keep that flow going, right? That's a important part of designing in shape. Make sure that the flow doesn't break, my friends. Gotta have that flow. Everything needs to flow. All right, this actually kind of want its head to be larger. If you don't like something, you can always just grab it and scale it. Remember that. Just mask, grab, scale. Easy. Easy. How many people have already had a heart attack with all the crunchy geo that I'm doing? Is anybody losing their mind? Is anybody just like screeching at the top of their lungs? Oh my god, you gotta Dynamesh that, please. I can't take it anymore. Because if not, I'll be kind of disappointed, to be honest. I love triggering chat. What am I sculpting today? Dude, I don't know. I never know what I'm gonna be doing. It seems like some sort of like bug dragon like thing with a fan on its back. Horns. Open a window, yeah. I mean, it's kind of open right now. It doesn't really matter. And it's also really cold, so I don't want to, like... Ugh. Hey Shane, what's up? Shane Robertson. At least I'm not holding him this time. No, he's farted while I've held him before. It's not fun. Wanting to ask something, do you know how to get rid of this brush works best in sculptress mode meshes for snake hook? I'm pretty sure if you save the brush, you can like overwrite it. I'm not 100% sure because as you can see, mine is still doing that. But I'm pretty sure if you just like overwrite the brush with like the saved version where it is disabled, then it will not happen anymore when you load up ZBrush. There we go. See, my brain is lagging. I'm sorry. I'm not losing my mind in a good way, so like, I don't know. Evil ways of sculpt. Everyone's used to my evil ways. I don't know. I feel like there's still some people that'll come in and get triggered, and I really want to trigger them. I want to see their rage. I want it to happen. I want to fight them. I don't know. I would trigger myself if I used red wax. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna self-torture. Who do you think I am? Why would I do that? I hate red wax. Just because it's just kind of like an ugly... I think it's ugly, personally. Hurts my eyeballs. But hey, you know what? If you really like red wax and you're making some sick stuff in red wax, all the more power to you. But I think that material is like eye blood. What do I want to do here? I think this needs a longer body. Longer body. We need to play around with these shapes for sure. Let's do like this. Flippity flippity floop. Skippity skippity scoop. Aha! Aha! Yes. Yes. Very good. Alright, and again, because we've got these curves going, we want to like complement the curve that we have going on right here, so these will not go off on their own thing, but rather be following following what's going on right here, right? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. There we go. I'm very good at describing things clearly. The spice must flow. No, 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 no. Red wax sucks. Yeah, no, no. Red wax sucks. No, no. No. Sculptris Pro wants Sculptris. Wait, there's a brush. Sculptris Pro wants Sculptris Pro button and turn that off and overwrite the default. And overwrite the default snake hook brush. You'll have no message pop. Oh, okay. So brush Sculptris Pro. Wait, so brush Sculptris Pro. Right here. Want Sculptris Pro. Turn it off. Oh, if you have. Okay, got you. Brush Sculptris Pro. Want Sculptris Pro. Turn that off. And then if you save this brush as the snake hook brush, you will no longer have it popping up. Thank you. There we go. Very nice. How to apply a brush to a curve in ZBrush like Photoshop style. You've been searching for the answer for 2 years. Apply a brush to a curve in ZBrush like Photoshop style? What exactly? I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that. Do you mean like you want like a lazy mouse for your brush? Or, oh, you mean like if you were to, okay, yeah, you're talking about like the pen tool, right? And then when you right click and then you do a path, is that what you're talking about? Because that's not really what you do with curves inside of ZBrush. Curves in ZBrush, you could use like, you know, here, look, you can't really like apply a brush to a curve as a function in ZBrush. It doesn't work that way, the same way as like Photoshop. You have to think differently. So if you have, you know, your ball, your sculpt, and you wanted to use a curve function, what you can do instead of applying like a brush, there's other brushes that use the curve function to apply different like alphas to give you different shapes, right? So for example, like if you were to use curve alpha or curve extrude, whichever, and you grab an alpha, you can take any one of these and it will extract that as a curve. So like if you were to take this spiral, for example, right, and then you draw your curve, it literally, it's using that spiral here. It's using this spiral shape right here and making it like a curve, like a 3D curve. But if you're talking about like, oh, how do I take one of those curves right there, right? Like if you take like a curve like this, you draw out your curve, you're saying this, right? And then apply a brush to that, you can't. It's not really like the same thing. But what you can do is take any brush that you already use. Like let's say you wanted to use like Damien Standard and you wanted to do a like a long like smooth line to something. All you need to do is go into your stroke menu, go into lazy mouse right here, and then turn up your lazy radius. I like to shove my lazy step down because I don't like the dimpling that happens with lazy steps, but if you want that effect, it could be useful for making like zippers or like stitching or something like that. But lazy radius, you could like throw it up, and then now you've got like this sort of like dragging function right? When you're dragging whatever it is that you're doing. So in that case, that's how I would make smoother curves with the brushes, but I don't think that there's a way to do what you're talking about of Photoshop, like the 2D, like curve, right click, create path kind of thing. It doesn't work the same way. Think different, Photoshop. Can I talk about the origin of ZBrush? How old do you think I am, bro? How old do you think I am? I think I started using ZBrush at 4R6. Okay? Like, or 4R6, dude. Like, I'm not old. I mean, I'm old, but I'm not that old. I can't talk about, like, the origin of the universe, right? Like, I'm not Gandalf over here, man. I don't know. Where did I get inspiration or idea for creature sculpting? Dude, honestly, real life. Sounds cheesy. It's probably something you hear all the time, but like, go check out like macro photography. Go check out wildlife photography. Go just look at like what people are taking pictures of, man. It's insane. The real world is crazy. There's what you see on Earth, in the oceans, if you zoom up real close to some random leaf you find outside, what you end up finding is crazier than anything your imagination would ever be able to come up with. And that's because our imagination is built off of what we see, right? If we were kept in a 2x2 box for our entire life and then let out, we wouldn't be able to come up with anything, you know? Like, that's just it. So the more that you look around in real life, the more you're gonna be inspired by things. So hey Alex. Oh wait, no, I already said hi to I already said hi to you. I'm saying hi again. We had a big bang in Ofair's head. Yes. All right, also it's good to think, like, at this stage now that we've got like some shapes in here, like we can start kind of thinking about anatomy a little bit anyways. So I'm like thinking about how you know, like the chest muscles would interact with below the deltoid in like sort of like we're kind of like combining anatomy here. This is not 100% canine, this is not 100% like feline or anything like that. This is sort of a mix between like human slash like oh, I got that like lazy mouse on that still, like human and you know, insect and dog. Like there's a whole bunch going on in here, but that's kind of like, that's just it. Like if you study anatomy with animals, you can kind of like mix and match a whole bunch. It doesn't necessarily need to be a horse leg, it doesn't necessarily need to be a lizard leg, you know? Like you can you start to understand what muscles work where, and you can kind of like jam whatever you want. Like for example, cross species musculature, human deltoids apply to you know, cats and dogs and horses and stuff. So we look at this cat here too, right? Like it's got a deltoid, it's kind of like split in different areas, right? So this is like the sort of like the tricep area, and then the deltoid is kind of like flattened, but it's still there, right? And so if you know all of that is still sort of like existing, you can start to play around with like being like, okay, well, we got this human deltoid here, right? Well, it doesn't necessarily need to look exactly like that. It could also kind of play into the way that it is mixed with something like feline or canine or lizard or whatever, because it, you know, arms function the way arms function cross species. They just do it in different kind of like ranges of motion. So the more like you kind of play around with that, the more you like realize like what you need for certain designs. Like this, like we can flatten it just a little bit, but it can also be mixed because we do like more like side motions, right? So if you have more of like that, like we've got bigger ones on the side like this, it's not flattened because we do a lot of like this as a species. We've got like this rotation ability, whereas like cats and dogs, they do a lot of that. So their deltoids are more like a flattened, like they're used to push things, propel things forward. They do a little bit of side to side, but they don't need to be big and structured that way because they're not out climbing trees the same way, right? That, you know, we came from a monkey, so that's why like our range of motion is that way. Hey, Mike May, what's up? Guys, if you want like an amazing artist to follow, he's incredible at drawing. You should go and check out Mike May's work. He's in chat right now. Enjoying the conversation. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just talking about randomness. I'm like really sweaty and kind of uncomfortable right now, just letting you... You match the reference while working on a concept, proportion and all. Okay, well, if you've got a reference that you have to like match exactly, there's this thing right up here. You see this button? It's called see-through. You can't see it doing anything because I've got like a ZBrush capture, so you can't see it like doing anything. But if you were to increase this to like whatever, like 100, then all of ZBrush becomes kind of like see-through, and you can see whatever image you have behind there. That's usually what I use. You could also use Spotlight. I like to use see-through though, because then my canvas is like totally free and empty. I love having as much space on the screen as possible to work, because I kind of get like really involved in it that way. If I've got too many like images up on the side, I kind of get lost in them and feel claustrophobic. That's just me though. So I like to use the see-through thing because then you can have your images behind your screen. And in the draw palette, right, you've got like this whole section right here, which is your cameras. So if you turn on like let's say like 85, focal distance 85, this is something that a lot of other streamers say as well, especially DZ. Paul DZ is really a big advocate of 85 focal distance, but you need to turn on like perspective for this to work. So you have, you know, your focal distance of 85. Obviously, if your reference images is more of like a fish-eyed thing, then you're gonna want to change that. I don't recommend working from a fish-eyed reference though. That's really difficult to sculpt from. But 85 is a pretty typical thing, especially for portraiture and things like that. You know, even when I'm taking pictures, a lot of my pictures I'm taking at a higher focal length because it doesn't distort anything. It kind of is just like, this is what you see. So you have that on, right? And then down here, there's like this store camera. Woo! The chat's in the way. Just realized that. Okay, there's like a store camera. So if you find like, okay, my reference, you know, it's straight on like this, and I want to make sure, but it's like maybe like turned right there, and like I'm sculpting perfectly, like that's the reference, I got it right, you know, I want to save the camera to that. Then you can store a camera, name it whatever you want, right? There we go, great. And now if you move away from that and you're still in perspective mode, you can actually just go back to your channels or your stored cameras and click the next camera in list, and you'll go right back to that. So that's usually what I like to do, and then I'll just like go to 100 see-through and just compare it with my reference one-to-one, like kind of like a light box type thing, right? That's usually like what I like to do, because then I don't have like all these images on my screen. I know a lot of people like working that way, like, you know, like a lot of the streamers really enjoy having the images right there in front of them, but I get so distracted. I have like a really bad problem, like maybe I have like some kind of like ADHD thing or something, I don't know, but I can't have too much distraction. Like I need to force like a minimalist kind of thing, and then I will choose when to compare, and that usually works better for me. So you can try both ways. You could try a Spotlight, right? And so with Spotlight, you know, you're gonna have your actual images like on the screen for you, and you can play with the opacity like that, or you could do it the see-through way, which I just showed you in storing your camera. That's what I like to do. Oh, and with the summit that just flew by us, Paul introduced a new feature that's coming out for Spotlight that will actually make it easier to do the see-through thing with your model with Spotlight as well. So that's coming up, but it's not in this version yet, so you no need to like describe it. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Doing good. You're grade 10, you've been sculpting for a majority of your life. Recently, you've been more focused on anatomy. Are there any books, courses, etc.? Anyone? You're in grade 10, you've already started. That's insane. Good for you. Good for you. Get yourself Anatomy for Sculptors, Finn. You will love that. You will absolutely love that book. There's also a digital PDF version as well if you don't want the hard copy and you just want something maybe to take around on your iPad or something like that. Anatomy for Sculptors is really great, and if you want to learn even more about like facial anatomy too, they've also got a face version of that as well, so check that out. But you're already ahead of the game. Grade 10 and you're already doing this. Good for you. you're gonna be ahead. Is it hard to learn for new people? You're sculpting in Blender, but you think ZBrush is ZBrush is 100% better for sculpting in my opinion, in a lot of people's opinion. But in terms of like the learning curve is the UI, so I would recommend just kind of like trying to get into it and give yourself enough time to just learn really basic things. Understand that you don't need to go into every single like random menu that you see, because like when you first boot up ZBrush, right, you've got like, you know, the tool menu over here, and then you've got all of this stuff, and you click on anything, you're like, what even is all of this, right? You know, you're clicking on all of this, you're like, what is going on? When you first get into ZBrush, just focus on your brush menu, right? So if you press B, you got your brushes. Just make sure that you've got your, you know, get a sphere, this button right here in the tool menu, make Polymesh 3D, you click that, and now you can sculpt on this, okay? That's the big one. Don't press T, because if you press T, you're gonna go out into 2.5D mode. So say, do not switch if you press T, but if you do press T, it's not the end of the world, right? Like if you're in 2.5D mode, you're not in edit mode anymore, and you're just drawing these spheres around, don't worry, Control N, new canvas, Control N, and then drag one out, press T again, and you're good. That's it, no worries. No panic. Okay, and I would say when you first start out as well, your main brushes, you're just gonna want to play around with like 4 or 5 of them. Stick to like you can stick to your standard brush just to see what happens with it. You can stick to move, right? So you press anything on the keyboard, it'll isolate based on that letter. So M will give you move. I like snake hook. You can play around with snake hook instead of move if you like to have more freedom with that. Damien standard is another one, inflate, but I wouldn't really I wouldn't go too crazy into everything. I would just play around with the brushes and just pick little tiny things at a time. Don't overwhelm yourself, and I think that you'll be able to add on features as you go, little by little, you know. Bro, what's up, bro? Staging interpolation, it's coming. It is coming. It was your birthday. Yeah, I mean, happy birthday. That's understandable. How do you clean up your topology in the end? Oh, thanks. Thank you, Tremens. So I usually clean up, depends on like how messy it is that I'm working, right? But I'll usually like just duplicate and remesh things, like do a ZRemesh, and then reproject that. And if that doesn't work, then I'll do stuff by hand. If it's for production, I'll do everything by hand. If things are like really crunchy, I'll want to duplicate that out and do a little bit of like a sculpting pass just to clean up anything that's like too crunchy for production, just so that it will translate into the topology. Because usually when I'm doing like these really quick sculpts, like I don't really mind if things look crunchy as long as it gets the concept idea across, right? But then you like you end up like, you know, re-sculpting a couple of things just to make sure that it'll work, and that's good. Hey Jace, what's up? Have a question. Okay. When I Dynamesh, do you usually go for a higher resolution? You start low and you're new to ZBrush. I like to start low personally. If you're like Tomas, you're gonna go high. I really recommend most people try to stay low though, because I think, especially when you're a beginner, and in the art world as well, is you're gonna have like this issue of going high too quickly and then things get lumpy and people are always complaining like, ah, it's so lumpy, like how come it's so lumpy? Is because like you didn't focus on your main shapes when it was low enough topology and get those shapes looking right at low topology, and then you subdivided or you Dynamesh too high too quickly, and then you tried making big changes at like higher resolution, and that's more likely to give you like a lumpiness, right? So I recommend people try to stay low to get like their overall silhouette working, and then you can start, you know, working up from there. That's a big thing. Snake Cook is the Ash it is. It Ash Ash standard, yeah. Ah, the A-Cube special. Snake Cook's a good brush, man. I'm just saying. Make a whole sculpt just on masking and Snake Cook. Alright, I really gotta play around with these overall shapes, I think. Hey Cams! You go to high res, you have the basic shape stems. Yeah, I agree. Wait, I probably said that really weird, I just realized. You only go high res when you have the basic shape done, is what the comment was. And I can't talk. You see so many options and you're terrified, but you need to try something nice before you want to. No, I honestly, like I said, Bon, you're gonna want to just stick to a couple of brushes first, because most programs that you get into are gonna be really like intimidating right off the bat. It's just the way that it is, because there's a lot of features. There's a lot of really useful features. Once you actually know what it is that you're doing and you're comfortable with the program, you'll understand why things are the way that they are. But it's just getting used to it at first. I recommend that you don't give up that, and really like try to just like play around with it, see what you can get. Try not to do anything too complicated, right? Maybe try sculpting a skull or something like that. I always say, like, do your skulls. Skulls are fun. Skulls are fun and they're not overwhelming. Yeah, I don't like this barrel. You're looking like a barrel, bro. It ain't good. Probably play around with this still. Okay, let's do... Big? Tiny? No. Hey Ian, how you doing? Guys, Ian's another one. Another one that you gotta go and follow. He's awesome. And he streams here on the Pixologic channel. Definitely go and follow Ian too. IR Sculpts in chat. For some reason, when you activate symmetry, the two dots are at a 45-degree angle instead of a 180-degree angle. Sorry if I didn't... When you activate symmetry, are they at a 45-degree angle instead of a 180-degree angle? Cam, do you maybe have local symmetry, or not local symmetry, sorry, posable symmetry on? Maybe something like that. That, or it's not, your model is not directly in the center of the world. So if you click on floor, right, you know, there's a little axis thing right here, X, Y, and Z, and you can just check to see if your sculpt is in the middle of that. How do you work on multiple subtools at the same time? I'm just about to show that, actually. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Skulls are the bread and butter of ZBrush. I agree. 100% I agree. I mean, I got a little mini. I got a little skull up here. Comes packed with ZBrush. Tells me which direction we're looking at. I actually really rarely look at this, to be honest with you. I don't really use it that frequently, unless I'm like really disoriented with something like maybe I received from client or something like that. But usually, like, I don't have to. I don't really need him. But he's up there. He's up there and he's looking spooky. Okay, so let me save this really quick and then I will talk about how to work on all of the subtools at the same time. Scopes 152. Okay. Why does monster neck have weird shapes? There it is. There it is. Are you triggered by the crunchies? Are you triggered by the crunchies? Do you not like how nasty? Do you not like the disgusting topology? Yes. Look at it. Yummy, 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 yummy. Yeah. It's because we're gonna be Dynameshing it and using it as like a sketching base. That's why it looks all crunchy and gross. I think it looks beautiful. Right? I use the crunchies. I live in the crunchies. Breathe the crunchies. Eat the crunchies. Somebody's getting triggered. Yeah. Okay, so working on multiple subtools at the same time. I mean, if you wanted to just translate things, then you can always use the pizza boxes, right? So when you have your gizmo open, there's this little button right here. If you click that, that means that you can start editing, you know, translating with the gizmo, specifically multiple subtools at the same time. So Control Shift drag off, you deselect everything. The subtools that you want to control at the same time, you click this one. Let's say I want the leg and this back piece to move at the same time. Now you can move both of these at the same time, right? If you want this one to add to that, now you can move all of that together. Same with scaling, all of that kind of stuff. So that's what the pizza boxes do. But then if you want to do an overall like adjustment on stuff, I usually use this plugin right here that comes with ZBrush. It's called, where are you? Transpose Master. So you go T-pose mesh, and then it will throw everything into one subtool for you to work on, right? Which, you know, everything is, yes, look at that crunchy topology, yummy, yummy, yummy. All right, so everything is put into one thing. Usually I do this, make sure to obviously put your symmetry back on, and you can start to edit your sculpt all in one go. And then when you're done, you just go T-pose to sub T, and it will break everything apart. So all of this, the polygroups you see here are actually all the different subtools. So I also use, you can see up here, mask by polygroups as well, if I wanted to do anything very specific inside of Transpose Master. Usually I just kind of like do it like this though. But yeah, this is usually how I do it. So I'm just gonna like edit the overall shape here, but in order to do that, I'm taking dynamic off of, actually no, I want to keep dynamic on for this, and then I'm just gonna scale this whole dude way down. There we go, that's better. Where is the floor, just to make sure? All right, there we go. So let me grab this. Yeah, there we go. Now you can like really like push things back if you really want them to be pushed back. And this is usually what I do. I just don't really care about how like nasty things look. You always fix it. Give it a little bit of like some kind of a tailbone there. I don't think this front bit, I don't really want it to be too bowed out. Instead, I think maybe right here. Yeah, something more like that. Big shapes. And then I'll probably start doing some repetition. I really love repeating lines. Create some kind of like a rhythm. I think back here too, we could do something more like this. Like really like play with that arc. Like I said before too, like if you don't really know what you're doing, like why not just like really like push the shapes, right? Like there's nothing to say like this is wrong, right? Unless like you know you're a purist and you're like, no, I must do things that are existing in real life. It must be feasible. But I mean, you look at like video games and like fantasy games, all like you know, fantasy movies and things like that. Like, not everything needs to be 100% like functional. It just needs to be believable. But, you know, I feel like design is king as well. Functionality, like, you need functionality, you need grounding, but I think like the big thing is to just make sure that people think it looks cool and it works well enough that it's believable. I need to reset this this Damien standard brush. He's giving me problems. If a brush is ever giving you problems, just go into the brush menu, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and then click Reset Brush. Seven joint front legs. Yeah, I mean, like, that's just it. Like, we don't really know the function right now. We're just kind of like playing around with like what kind of looks interesting, and then you can like if it's for fun, if it's just for like just sketching something, you don't always need to like have a core function to the creature that you're making, right? If you're doing a study, if you're doing like something that needs to have a core function, obviously you need to keep that in mind. But if you're just sketching, it doesn't necessarily need to have like this major backstory or anything like that. You can really just have fun, you know? And that's sort of like what we're doing here. We're not trying to hardcore design anything. We're just playing around with shapes. There, you're so triggered by his neck. Yummy, yummy, yummy. You want to look at it more? You like this? Here you go. Here you go. Look, just for you. How does it make you feel to know that I'm a professional? Yeah. Yeah, look at it. So crunchies are not bad when starting out. Doesn't have to be all smooth. I mean, again, it really, like, this is my way of sketching things. I'm not afraid of it looking disgusting because it helps me later on while I'm sketching. Keyword, sketching. Sketching. Right? Not final, sketch. So because of that, like, I don't care if it's disgusting. I actually like how it looks. So right now I'm just gonna like throw this back into Subt. So when I do that, boom, 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 goes out of Transpose Master. Now everything's back at its subtools, but it maintains all the changes that I did. So that's super great. But like, if I were to Dynamesh this, right? This is what I'm looking for. Hold on, first of all, what's going on there? Get rid of that. What I'm looking for is, you see all of this that's happening, all this like low poly faceting. This turns into actual geometry that you can sculpt on. Just like, you know, if you're sketching in your sketchbook and you're doing a whole bunch of like random lines and you start going on top of it with ink, it's the exact same thing but in 3D. And I'm a 2D artist going into 3D, right? And so that's how I think about things. I really like just making it all sketchy and nasty. A lot of people really like keeping things clean. That's A+ and Gucci and awesome and sweet and grand. But my brain doesn't function that way unless like I'm being paid specifically to keep things clean. If I'm doing things on my own, clean is out the window. I can't even keep my house clean, okay? Everything is a mess. Everything. It has to be a mess. It is chaos. And I'm going to use that and leverage it to my advantage. And that's exactly what this method does. So all of this like nasty and broken, there's a beautiful thing called Dynamesh in ZBrush that makes it usable and functional. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. I'm gonna quickly save. Where have I been saving this? Oh, there we go. Save. My house is messed, man. There's like dog hair everywhere. I can't keep up with it. It's just like dog hair, man. Just doggy hair. Also, dog kibble. Monty likes to just like push kibble everywhere. He likes to just like go like and just knock his kibble everywhere and just leave it there. He's just like, yep, this is good. This is great. This is great. Walking around, kibble on my feet. I don't know. I'm like, where did that come from? Oh, right. It's dinner. Great. My house is a Dynamesh. It's true. Okay. So, let's do higher. Let's do 256. 666 Monka S. You're surrounded by art and car parts. It's amazing. Hey comics, how are you? Yeah, I enjoyed the ZBrush Summit. It was really fun this year. Oh, I feel some toe beans. Hello, Monty. Opa. Hey. Okay, you're good. Sometimes he's so still, I'm like, is he dead? Okay, so yeah, so you saw that, like, all that low poly faceting. It's now Dynamesh, and I can, like, work on top of it, like, as if it was a sketch, okay? There's nothing wrong with crunchies. Look at that. Look, 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 you can work with this. You can work with it, man. You can like sculpt on it now. And it's like sketchy, like as if you were doing something in a sketchbook. Like, hello, look at how beautiful that like these little like swervy bits and stuff. You can turn this into like skin and whatever. Like, can you look at the neck now? Can you look at it now? Are you just discriminating against low poly, low poly meshes? Are the high poly messes better? Are you excited now? Dang. Yeah, see, you just discriminate against low poly, Savon. Triggered. Alright. All right, for example, when I like inflate some of this stuff too, right? You know, you can just like kind of come in here, grab some of that with your masking, and then pull it out. Get your thing right here. Go. Out. Get some fan. And then we can Dynamesh this again on top of that. It'll be really cool looking. I mean, what is the problem here? I do not see it. I get so triggered. Wait, let me grab the real big leg. Big. I know. Again, like all of this, I'm just playing with shapes, so don't look to like something that's like hyper biologically like sound or anything. Because that's not my goal. That ain't my goal, baby. That ain't happening. I'm just sketching. I'm also very blind to the negatives of crunchies. What are some good tricks for masking? Yeah, that's kind of like a really broad question. What's your goal? How would I sculpt puppy paws? The same way that I would sculpt really anything. I mean, some puppy paws? Yeah, I can do that. Wait, no. No. Don't. Puppy paw? Like this? Diamond real quick? I'm like, ooh. Kind of like map it out. How stylized are we going? It would be like kind of the same way that I do anything, right? Honestly, like it really just depends. Like, you know, what's our goal here? Puppo pause. Yes, he needs a nail cutting. He needs the nails cut, man. You gotta cut your nails, Puppo. Yeah. There you go. House. Pause? I don't know. It would be something like that. Whatever. Back to this. Is this all in the same one? No, it's back to this one. There we go. How am I switching between brushes very fast? You do 1 through 0. 1 through 0 is how I map my brushes on my keyboard. Oh, keys, baby! Yeah. There's the Final Fantasy comment. It was helpful. Okay, okay, so you're actually sculpting something, you're not just like trolling. Okay, so if we're doing something realistic then, yeah, you're gonna want to, so this is a little bit thick as well. Yeah, just think like all of the toes, right? Like when you're doing dog anatomy, they kind of like their toes are kind of like scrunched up like this, right? Like they got toes kind of the same like us, but they're like kind of scrunched. Here. That's why like these things are really great. You can see that? You see they've got like these scrunchy toes? There we go. Little scrunchies. Wait, here. Right? Those kind of like plateaus. This is like a really thin dog, so it depends on like, you know, do you have like a stockier dog? Bigger, chunkier dogs will have more like bear-like, polar bear-like paws. They'll be very like thick. Right? Different breeds, different shapes. But the pads are never flat. That's something to remember as well. The pads, so all of this will have like a scrunch as well. Like these are never like flat onto themselves. It's kind of like the toe keeps crunching right there, like that. And then you'll have like fur that comes out of here. Like, so they get really hairy and furry in between these toes right here. So all of this is usually very furred up. And that can be a little bit like misleading in terms of like the anatomy, because like the bone will do this, and then it'll come down and go up and like that, right? Like that's joints, how that works right there. And then there's also this right here. This is like their what's it called? Wrist, their ankle and wrist. It doesn't when you're dealing with like a dog leg, you don't do like that. That doesn't happen. They have like this extra bit right here that allows this rotation right here, like this whole bit here, like this. It allows this stuff, right? If you were to just like have the dog not have that, then you're missing a whole joint right there, and it doesn't it's missing like an arm joint essentially. So that's sort of like what you're looking for, is get that extra wrist joint in there. And yeah, that's dog anatomy, garbage dog anatomy. Yeah, not all dogs actually have, certain breeds have what's that white fur dog that lives in the, it's like a mountain dog. It's very protective, and it has like a sixth toe. Like it's called a dew claw. Great Pyrenees, that's what it is. They actually have like a whole other toe. And that's supposed to be like so that they can grip onto like the ice and stuff and allow them to climb easier. Yeah, like Great Pyrenees. I do not do any mentorships. No, I do not. There's lots of other streamers on this channel that do that though. Where can you get those? These are the 3D Total ones. The models that I was showing are the 3D Total ones. They're expensive, and customs is a booty hole, but it's worth it to have some of those things if you can afford them. Yeah, I'm using a Cintiq 22 HD. Your dog is an ice doggo. Yeah, if it's got like the dew claw, like, let me show you. It's actually kind of crazy because not everybody knows about this. These dew claws. It's actually, it's really neat. Let's get this right here. So Great Pyrenees actually have these sorts of things going on with their paws. Crazy, right? Got like these the big two paws. The 1-2. It's neat. Whereas like, you know, like a dog like Monty doesn't have that, but yeah, and then cats got like the polydactyl thing going on, right? Different breeds of cats. So house cats not necessarily, but if you get like more of like the Bengals and stuff like that, they end up having these polydactyl kind of back claws that are again used for like climbing trees and things like that. So the more like intense breeds, like you're gonna get like these extra little thingies. See that come out here? I know the first time I saw a Great Pyrenees walking around, I thought like, oh my god, is that dog a mutant? But like, nah, it's normal. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like how skinny all of this is at the back. I'm gonna play around with that back silhouette right here. Give him a little bit more cake. I just realized I have pumpkin pie in the fridge. Oh my god. I'm gonna reward myself after stream. Probably bring that down here. This bring down as well. There we go. It's a little bit better. Bring this up and down. Okay, so I'm liking this. It's also got like thinking that this whole section right here is actually going to be one joint. That. You'll just have bits that feel like it's coming off and dragging down. Hey Peter. Warframe? Warframe's pretty cool. Yeah, Angela, it's exactly like there's like some will end up like having it, some won't. All right, I'll see you. Ian, I'm sorry if I miss saying goodbye to you when you were actually leaving, but thanks for hanging. The Buzz Lightyear, I haven't seen that yet, but I saw everybody talking about it. I remember I made a long-armed creature with a big mouth eating pumpkin pies. Oh yeah. Lawless, this is a Cintiq 22 HD. It is a on-screen tablet. Okay. Here we go. Let's have some fun with extrude profile, why not? Let's see, what kind of stuff do we have included in here that we can just like play around with? Like the random squares. Maybe. Oh, too big. Oh no. You wanna play with any of these? I'd always put more in here. No, I'm gonna play with the alpha, the curve alpha. Let's do. Right. Hey Shiz! Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was really fun. I'm glad that they asked me to come hang out. When I do this kind of stuff, do you have a clear image in my head, or do I just work on stuff as I go? Yeah, I just kind of like when I do like these sketches, I don't have anything in my brain. I just kind of like going. Sometimes there are certain things though that like I'll have such a strong idea of something, and I'll just try to do a one-to-one from what I'm thinking, but most of the time when I'm on these streams, I'm just kind of like doing whatever, and kind of creating based on the shapes that I'll put down. Oh, Matt, you won the anatomy tool prize, the croc, huh? You got the croc, huh? I'm kidding. Congratulations. That's awesome. I'm not gonna find where you live and come and take it. No, I'm kidding. That's awesome. The image gods from the dark depths of the brain. I don't know, man. I don't think they don't lurk that deep. I have a pretty, I wouldn't say overactive imagination, but I do have, like, I daydream a lot. There's a lot of the time, like, people will be talking to me, I forget that they're talking to me because I just kind of, like, slip into daydreams. It takes, like, extra effort to remember where you know, if somebody's talking to me or I'm interacting with people, it takes me extra effort to stay in a conversation and stay engaged. Probably it's the reason why I was so tired after the ZBrush summit. I was like giving like 9,000% of my brain power to not start like daydreaming about things. And it has nothing to do with like how interesting somebody's like talks are or anything like that. I just go whoosh into another world. This happens. Lord, there's like there's pluses and minuses. Everybody's I don't think you want to think the same way that I think. I think you want to think the way that you think and leverage that and make that, you know, great in its own way. Everybody has something to offer artistically. I don't think that, like, you know, looking at somebody and thinking that they are I don't like the idea of genius. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't like that idea of genius or thinking that, you know, something is more special, like, you know, that there's just some otherworldly thing that's causing somebody to be a certain way. I think that it really just, like, it comes down to realizing what your own strengths and weaknesses are and just playing into it, because everybody's dealt different cards, right? And everybody can be great at their own thing. Yeah, so like the whole idea of, like, you know, this person's like a genius or like amazing at this one thing, like, of course, like, you've got, like, you know, examples like, you know, Einstein, but I think, like, I don't know, maybe I'm going on a tangent right now, but I think, like, the whole idea of, like, okay, somebody's like really smart at something, and I actually, this isn't even related to me, I just kind of want to say it, it's just like somebody like is really good at something, like, let's say like Einstein, right? Like, you wouldn't think like Einstein would be really good at giving you advice on how to cook or anything, you know, like he was a genius in his field, incredibly smart at, you know, and dedicated to what he did, and he dedicated his life to what he did, but then at the same time it's like it's not overarching. So it's like the idea of like genius and what the definition of kind of become in society now is kind of like weird to me, because genius, it focuses on like one individual aspect at a time, right? Like how much, I don't know. Einstein would be good at Houdini. Would Houdini be good at Houdini? That's the question. Background music, it's Pretzel Rocks. It's the station Chill EDM. Is Arnold good at Arnold? Maybe. What about Maya being good at Maya? Is there somebody named ZBrush? Whose name is ZBrush? Oh man. Anybody know if it's possible to mirror and weld radial symmetry somehow? I don't think you don't mirror and weld radial symmetry, but what you can do is you can snap things, right? So if you, like, and this is usually what I do for anything like radial, let's say, like, you know, I duplicated something over here, right? Then what I could do is just find the center of where I want something to be mirrored around. And then I'll isolate that bit, right? Okay, it's not working right now. Hold on. Okay, there. Yeah, that's good. All right, there we go. And then I will essentially just like duplicate the thing out, and you can actually like snap it around like this, like by holding the shift key it snaps. So if you wanted it to like snap to different degrees of freedom or degrees around wherever your rotation is, then you can do that and then mirror it over on whichever axis. That's usually what I do. His name is Max. Yeah, true. So Maxes are good at 3Ds Max. Yo, Rhino's good at Rhino? Oh my gosh. Look at all these names getting thrown out there. What makes a genius? It's attitude to work and be so workaholic that you've mastered the craft. So yes, indeed, it's perfectly safe to consider someone with those attributes as genius. I think, like, so the core idea of what a genius is makes sense. I just don't agree with like how people think about it right now. Like, for example, like a lot of people think that somebody is like, they'll call somebody a genius for making money, but really in reality it's just opportunistic, right? And it's not a matter of like not holding people up to things. It's sort of like a fine balance between, like, you know, people worshiping other people for like this like absolutely insane unreachable talent that has been bestowed upon them by a birthright, right? Which is what a lot of people think genius is, and just somebody being more like opportunistic or taking what they've been given and honing in on that. You know what I mean? Is there a kid named Mudbox? No, but I think we've all played in Mudboxes when we were kids. Funny joke. Yeah, we see the end result. We don't see like where people have come from, and I think it's just, I don't know. I've always thought like respect is good, right? Respect people, other artists, especially like if they've dedicated so much time and you can see the fruits of their labor. But the whole idea of like, oh, you were like, you know, it's just the way that you were born, your brain works this way or whatever. It's just kind of like, to me, that's a little bit bizarre. But I also overthink things. I just also, I don't know. I don't enjoy the idea of like people worship. Like, it's different than respect, right? You can absolutely have utmost respect for somebody and their abilities, but like, I don't even know why I got into this tangent. I just started thinking about it because I guess earlier I was seeing some things and I was like, I don't know. Genius equals poggers. Genius equals 5 head. Well, I don't know about like coming across as ignorant. I think there's just such a like wide range of people and like how they get to where they are. I don't think it's really like when you're doing art, like there's so much that you can, I don't know, it's just, I don't know how to talk about this properly. I don't know why I like kind of stumbled way into like talking about this. I think the word genius just kind of bothers me. and just the way that I see people like using it and like in like a worship sense is because it's not respect at that point, it's like strange. You know, there's a lot of ways that you can, in quotes, trigger one of my, like, monologues. Like, I could, like, I swear to God, I try to, like, stop myself from just, like, having, like, stream of thought conversations with myself here on this channel. Oh, God. You guys, why are you always in here with the Blender nonsense, man? Blender is great and all. Blender is awesome, but we're using ZBrush, and ZBrush is fantastic for sculpting, so. Barbie! Who said Barbie? Yo, Barbie! You guys want to know about? You want to see my Barbie? You guys want to know about Barbie? How important is learning how to retop, UV, and texturize? I've taken multiple classes and seem to struggle a lot with that. Yeah, it is important if you want to become a industry character artist or environment artist or deal with any assets in film and games. It is very important. If you're doing toy work, you don't need to be as much involved with that from my knowledge, because you just need to learn how to like sculpt things and make sure that it's like all airtight and prints properly. So there's like a whole extra skill set there that you need to learn. But when it comes to learning topology, UVs, and textures, that is incredibly important if you want to become like an industry film artist or game artist. If you're struggling with it, try to work with it at like a really simple scale. I don't know what kind of classes you're taking, like maybe you're doing like full character classes or something. I would say you would probably want to like do it on like a barrel, like maybe just try and make a barrel or try and make a skull, you know, like something like very contained and simple so you don't like overwhelm yourself. It might make it easier for you to learn these things. What was the best tip or workflow idea I saw at the summit? Me? I was like in and out watching it because I was working at the same time, so I didn't see all of them. But yeah, like what people were saying about like Stager was shown multiple times through the summit. I'd really recommend you guys try using Stager for your workflows. It was really, really good. You do character work at the moment. You're wondering how do people usually break into industry work? So for character art, breaking into industry work, usually like I know a couple of ways. So some people like intern, right? Some people know a guy. The biggest thing is like, you know, like it's hard because like for me, the way that I got into it, I'll tell you how I got into it, and then I would recommend going and asking the other streamers what, you know, what they did to break into character work. Because for me, it was a matter of a total shift, right? Like I went to school for 2D animation, and while I was at school, while I was at school for 2D animation, I was not really like feeling the 2D animation thing. Like I didn't really think that I wanted to be an animator, but I found ZBrush while I was at school, and I would just do a lot of sculpts. At that point, I didn't really like have a lot of like you know, knowledge of like the actual pipeline. Like I kind of did because I was on the Polycount forum and things like that, but I wasn't like really aware of what really went into it. So my portfolio was not great when I graduated in terms of that, especially since I went to a 2D school, like a 2D animation school. So I was not really like doing anything curriculum based that like helped me with that specifically. It was all on my own time. So as soon as I graduated, I went to like job fairs. This was like pre-pandemic again, so the advice that I'm giving is not really advice. It's sort of like, this is what I did. If it helps you, then that's great, but it's not really, you know, the pandemic is making things a little bit weird, right? So I went to job fairs. Like there was a bunch of them, industry job fairs, and I would just like throw my portfolio in people's faces and just try to know what I could do better and stuff. And I ended up getting a job at ARC as a character modeler out of luck, because they were doing a mass hiring at the time in Toronto, and they just really needed people and a ZBrush artist, and I just happened to be there at the right time with like this big hiring of like other animators and stuff like that. So my lead at the time, which I found out afterwards, told me too that he was not excited about hiring me because I didn't have that stuff in my portfolio. So keep that in mind. My hiring was very luck based because I was not, like, my topology was not good. Like I didn't have any like good hard surface or anything like that, but they still took a chance on me, which is very lucky. That usually doesn't happen. And I learned how to do that stuff on the job. So my lead taught me a lot of what I know about retopology and UVs and texturing and things like that. Like I knew beforehand going into the job at a base level, but I wasn't good, right? And so when I got onto the job, he taught me everything. So that's how I ended up getting into that role, which is very luck based. They just were like, it was the right place, the right time kind of thing. So the best way that I think to increase your luck of getting into a role like that is to just like be putting your stuff online, obviously. Increase your visibility. My visibility was increased by like, I was putting myself in front of these people at job fairs. The pandemic, you can't really be doing that too much, so putting your stuff online is a mitigation, right? And you're just like trying, I know you're competing with everyone else who's online, but it's better than not putting it online at all, right? Make sure that you always have your your retop. Don't just have sculpts in your portfolio. That's really important. You want your low poly stuff in there. You want your UVs. You want your textures. Like all of that needs to be visible and needs to be well done. You can't just have like sketches, like ZBrush sketches. Hey Pepe. Reenact my reaction when I saw ZBrush for the first time. It was something like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is that? Is there a snap function in ZBrush? So you wanted to snap a subtool along a surface that is shaped a certain way. If you're dragging curves and stuff like that, there's a snap. Curve snap. So if you're dragging in kind of a curve, snap to surface. With the new version that's coming out, there's like an align feature, but that's not to a surface specifically. Can I 3D print this? If I were to clean it up, then yes, but as it is right now, no. Would you say that having a pretty good portfolio and hitting as many leads as possible, basically just keep doing the work, and when it comes to just try as much as possible, you just like it's a perseverance thing, because you have like this industry is incredibly what's it called, competitive, especially like specifically in the early stages. It's a machine, unfortunately. It grinds up and chews up juniors like crazy. So, and I'm not a fan of that personally, but this is the way that it's working right now. So a lot of places are just gonna look for people that have exactly what they need as because there's gonna be so many different people graduating at the same time, competing for the same jobs. They're just gonna be able to have their pick, right? And so stand out as a junior, you just have to have perseverance with it, and just keep applying to places, not in an annoying way, right? Like if somewhere rejects you, then there's two things that could happen. One, they just found somebody who's better / cheaper, right? Cheaper is a big one. Or two, it also means that you just really need to keep working. And even if it is two, if it isn't two, like that just really means that you always need to just keep working to be better. So if you get rejected, it just means keep working. If you get accepted, it means keep working. If you get a job in the industry, it means keep working. Because this industry is very very competitive in that way. You just need to keep being better at what you do and learning. God, I need water. Haha. Okay, let's see here. Dynamesh? Dynamesh. Here, let's get some... Let's have some fun here. Oh, hey, it's a Spicer! What's up, Spicer? How are you doing? Dude, your Dracula thing that you were doing was so good. I was legitimately laughing at that. That was fantastic. That was honestly great. Showing your segment. It was so good. Get in! There we go. Sorry. So I just yell at my sculpt, like, why aren't you... Yeah! Keep working, but don't lose your love and creativity for the work, meaning the work you're doing is fun to you. I agree. A very key point is to make sure that you're doing things that are fun. You can't be doing art if you don't like it, right? Like, it's just gonna be soulless. Yeah, Falls, I agree. It does kind of look like that. What's this program? ZBrush. You're on the Pixologic channel. The makers of it. ZBrush. You totally froze. You had so many next sculpting jokes next year for sure. Dude, I feel that. I had so many jokes I wanted to tell, but I have such a hard time staying focused and not like drifting off into like daydream mode when people are talking to me, that it was so hard for me to like remember to say the things that I wanted to say. There's so many missed opportunities, like, and I was just like beating myself up afterwards because I was like, oh man, that would have been so funny here, that would have been so funny there. Like I had like, for example, like in the summit, I was gonna annoy Paul like crazy because I have like this whole thing of candy here. I was gonna be like, hey Paul, trick or treat. And then he just goes, like, he would be like, okay, fine, I'll play along, right? He'd say like, trick, and I'd be like, okay, switch to my screen, and then I was gonna like show something. Or he'd say, okay, I don't want to see a trick, treat, and I just eat a candy. Why didn't I do that? Why didn't I do it? Because I started like spacing out, that's why. It's so hard when you're like just thrown in there. But you did such a good job, Spicer. You were really funny. It was great. It was really good. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going here. I gotta reset this brush again. What am I doing? What's going on here? Oh, wrong subtool. That's why I'm dumb. Yeah, the new feature will be lots of fun. Have I experienced any difficulty getting work due to my gender? Asking because I see this as a male-dominated industry. Women have a more difficult time finding work. Unfortunately, it's actually been kind of okay. And I know this is gonna be like, oh, woe is you, but like, it's been a little bit of the opposite. There's been a couple of jobs that I'm not gonna like name things specifically. Just because it's awkward, but specifically I would have been hired because they're like, this is more for like talking or like speaking at places. They're like, oh, well, we need a woman. And that's not necessarily a bad thing because like, you know, you need like representation and things like that in different settings. So it's kind of a hard thing to talk about because on one hand, I do feel like that weirdness of, well, yeah, like sometimes I feel like maybe you're just putting me in this role because I am a girl. But on the other hand, that's not necessarily a bad thing either, right? And to just kind of like accept it and run with it because we need more like ladies in this space anyways. So it's not a bad thing, but it feels weird. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, I'm not complaining about it, but it feels weird. Because I'm very much somebody who really likes equal playing fields, and I know that it isn't necessarily at that stage yet. And so I wish it were, but then I'm also like, it feels weird. What's going on? You know what I mean? So I don't really know how to talk about it very well. It's just it's a feeling thing. I would not say it's a privilege, Nico. I would not. That's a weird way to put it, for sure. That's a very strange. It's more like tokenism, but not quite. That's like a really weird way to use that word, because not quite at all. I don't know how to talk about this, so I'm not gonna go too much into it. It's just a weird feeling. And I think a lot of it comes down, actually, I'm going to say one more thing. A lot of it comes down to imposter syndrome as well. Something that a lot of people will get a little bit triggered from hearing me say this, especially some like dude bros. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. But when it comes to like me as a girl, and I know a lot of other girls that are my friends feel the same way, when we're given opportunities to do crazy things, like really big things, like bigger opportunities, the imposter syndrome is incredibly high, and a lot of that comes from, all right, a lot of it comes from being doubted that we're able to do that our whole lives. Right? So when I was growing up, I like to make creatures and gross things and stuff like that. A lot of the comments that I would get is, you're a girl, why are you doing that? That's disgusting. You should not be doing this based on what your gender is. So a lot of like the you should not and like you can't and all of this as I was growing up has played into that whole weird feeling when opportunities do get given to me. So that has to be taken into consideration of like, it's not necessarily like a, you know, one thing over the other. There's a lot of different factors coming into play here about a not exactly equal playing field, right? About expectations of gender roles and things of that nature, especially in art. Like if you're a girl, you have to be making beautiful things, these sorts of things. It's not true. I think it's stupid, you know, like it's just sort of like this gender roles are there to, you know, keep expectations in a line of what people expect in, like, you know, like, there's a whole bunch of different reasons why gender roles exist in the past, but it's not necessarily the way we should be treating people and handling things. So it's not like it's hard for me to talk about that because I am more of like, I just want everybody to be treated the same way. It goes back to like how I was talking earlier about like how the whole like genius and like hero worship and everything makes me feel weird, because everybody's given like, you know, their own tools, their own set of tools, their own brain. The way everybody thinks is very, very different. It's very vast. The differences we all have, very, very interesting. We all can bring something of our own individuality to the table. I don't think that is a bad thing, and we should celebrate that, honestly. Like, everybody's different in that way. And so the way that people are is we like to just put people in boxes, right? And then that, you know, unknowingly, and it's not really a sinister thing on most people's behalf, right? When you put somebody in a box and these are your expectations for them, it's just the way that we kind of all grew up doing things. But to have that like knowledge that like, oh, maybe I'm making somebody feel like they don't deserve to be in a different space because of this box that I'm putting on them, it's empathy, right? And so that's all. I don't know. How do I deal with imposter syndrome? Oh my god, it's so hard. I go and cry. I just go and cry. Well, besides that, you know, I just say like I try to tell myself like, you know, I'm clouded right now. Like I'm clouded right now. I don't feel very like I don't feel like I deserve what I just got, or I don't feel like this is gonna work out. But in the end, like, it is the opportunity that was presented to me. And if other people were in my shoes, if there was somebody else, like, you know, one of those money people, for example, that people say are geniuses, but really they're opportunistic, what would they have done? They would just be like, hell yeah, I worked really hard for this. This is mine. I'm gonna take it. Why can't that be me? Why shouldn't it be me? And so I just try to challenge the extreme bad thoughts that I'm having with the exact opposite, and then I find like kind of like a neutral ground eventually. Usually the imposter syndrome is there every single day, right? But it's about challenging it and thinking about like, well, other people probably think the same way that are in your position, but they still roll with it. They're still going through it, you know? And if you didn't take it, then somebody else would, right? So why are you feeling this way? Just go with it. Just go with it. I can barely read your name. What is that? Divine? Hi, Divine. I don't use Sculptures Pro, actually. I just kind of like,
Yeah, I just pull things out and then Dynamesh. I really like Dynamesh for that. Let's do a higher resolution there. Ooh, there we go. Nice. Saw me at the summit! Hell yeah! That was my first year co-hosting. I was so happy that they asked me to do that. I was so nervous, but really, really, really excited and really happy that, that I was able to do that with Paul. Very grateful. Whoops. I still want to adjust this shape. I'm not super, no. This one? Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can grab it with the topology. So if you hold, yeah, so if you hold control and then drag with the gizmo, you can mask things based on the topological flow of your sculpt. Doesn't really work with hyper stretch geometry at the early stages like what I was showing you, but if you have you know, higher res stuff, or if you've got proper topology, then you can just like grab certain areas with the gizmo in that way. Very useful. Am I gonna rewatch Dune? Yeah, probably when it comes to HBO Max or wherever else. It's gonna come, like if it's on like a DVD or something, I might. Because the thing is, like, I was like that was the first time I went to the theater for the whole pandemic, and I'm a very anxious person, so sitting like crammed with a theater full of people again, even though everybody was like safe and everything like that, it was still like, it was a lot. Like I was pretty anxious, so I don't know, I was kind of like the movie was good enough to distract me from all of that, which is amazing. Like it was that good. Like I forgot that there was like a ton of people around me, but I'm not like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd go back to the theater for that. It's just like a little bit. Oh, it's on right now. Okay, yeah, I'll probably rewatch it at some point. It was really good. Hey Sergio, I'm good. You had an argument where a lead manager from a game studio only wanted to hire females because of the woke situation? I think, like, okay, so on one hand, right, like with that argument, on one hand, it's not a bad thing. So like there's two sides to this argument, right? On one hand, it's not a bad thing to get more women involved in the CG space, but if you're doing it just because you want to look good, then you're not really getting the point, right? It's not the point. It's not about just looking good. It's about understanding that there is a bias that needs to be reapproached. Like that's the problem with it. And so a lot of people are just like, they'll groan and do it, right? And then it'll just be a toxic work environment. That's not what that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to stop being such a like closed off person and realize that there is a bias there and whatever. The thing that I just don't want to be a spokesperson for this because I'm not very good at talking about it. I'm really not. I just think that people should be more fair and equal. And yeah, that's all. And you know, and that doesn't just stop with, like, you know, white people, but different people from different ethnicities as well. With women, I should say, different ethnicities as well as women. Sorry, I didn't get the anatomy. No, it's okay. Honestly, so that was like a whole joke in itself at the summit. Like, I didn't enter in any of the giveaways because I was co-hosting. I didn't want to be weird and like come off as like greedy or anything. I wanted everybody to have a chance. I didn't want to like win anything and take it away from like somebody who could have been watching. So I didn't enter any of the giveaways. And Paul kept like saying, because of the joke that I made on the first day of the summit, just being like, ooh, somebody's got to put their name in for me. And then he was just like, oh, I guess she's in there. Good luck to you. Actually, it's like, I wasn't even in the giveaways. I wasn't even doing that. No. You're not being toxic. Everything's fine. I just like I don't like this like woke, like when people say like woke or sheep or any of like these annoying buzzwords. To me it's like, or like agenda or anything like that, I just tune out. I'm like, I can't, I'm gonna walk away from this conversation. Like, this is stupid. Just treat people with respect, okay? Like, this is stupid. You're like saying woke too much. I don't like this idea of like woke. It's not being woke. It's just everybody's equal. Everybody has a fair chance. There's like, don't hate on people because of the like a box that you make for them. I don't know. Crazy concepts. Whatever. Yeah, exactly, Angelus. That's why like I'm just like, I gotta walk away from conversations if I hear the word woke. I can't do it. Alright, let's Dynamesh this. Oh, it's already 8:30. I should take like a quick break and come back. What would a theme be if I walked into a room? My music theme? I have no idea. No clue. Some wub-wubs. What's my favorite art asset I ever made? Like for production, it's something I can't even show. Such a idea. Would I try the milk cart challenge? What are these questions? I thought we were streaming on Pixologic. No, I don't care about the milk cart challenge. The milk crate challenge, what the hell? I'm not gonna walk up a bunch of boxes. Yeah, we're devolving. We're going into like TikTok territory. What would I do if I lived in a shared flat where people constantly see what I mean? Like, what are these questions? I think this is time to take a break. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break. Right here. All right, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be back for another hour and a half. Yay! I'll be back. Okay, back for a little bit of Monty before we keep going. Hello? Hello? Am I looking forward to Halloween? Oh, I don't really know. I kind of already ate like a whole bunch of candy, so... and I don't really have a costume this year. Monty is, yes. He is. It's so funny. Every single time I take a break, I mute this. As soon as I mute it, he just goes into like a howl bark string. Goes. He just gets so hyped that I'm getting up that he just goes. I'm so glad you guys don't hear it because it would like murder your ears. Absolutely murder your ears. He knows what time it is, yeah. He always does. He always does. He's a good one. He's very good at hugging. How's that going? You want me to do the bark howl again? Okay. Down you go. That was just quick Monty. It was a quick Monty. Quick Monty. Okay, back at it. Yeah, he gets hyped because he's just like, oh my god, things are happening, you're getting up. Anybody with a dog that does a lot of computer work will probably relate. Dude, it would be weird to trick-or-treat as an adult. Because I remember, like, when I was, like, younger and, like, older teenagers, like 18-year-olds would show up to the house, how weird it felt. Being, like, a kid giving out candy, and then there's, like, these 18-year-olds. I'm like, what the... what are you doing? You're gonna dedicate to being a sculptor? Hell yes. Join me. Join me. Means you gotta sculpt a lot. Lots of sculpting. No steampunk Monty. No more. Your jumper pulled over your head with an old woman looking confused? Wait, what? The... What, like as like a teenager? That's weird. Don't do that. Leave it to the kids, man. I'm gonna grab this centerpiece. It's a little bit thick. Make it tinier. Hey there, MJ. How you doing? Yeah, the cat just gets in your way. It'll just be like, yeah, this keyboard, lots of bumpies. I'ma sleep right here because I fits, and so I must sit. But yeah, guys, if you got any questions, I mean, related to what we're doing, feel free to ask. I know a lot of you want to ask me about doing milk crate challenges and the like, but hate to break it to you, we're on a Pixologic art stream, baby. When you click frame mesh, it selects multiple curves, so how to pick a single curve. When you're framing the mesh, it will go like it's based on like polygroup. Wait, hold on. Stroke, and then we're. I'm brave farting. Help! Where is it again? There it is. Curve functions, frame mesh. So if you want it to do it on very specific things, like you might be getting multiple different curves because you're doing it based on polygroups, or if you've got creased edges, it'll just do it along every creased edge. If you have borders, it'll do it along every border, so like the 90-degree kind of like edges. So when you're framing mesh, be wary of that. If you just wanted to do polygroups, you want to be very like specific about where that curve is going. I'd say just polygroup where you want it to be, and then frame mesh, and it'll follow that. And then in deformation, there's a polish by groups, and then you can make sure to get all of your polygroups really like straight and clean, and so then that curve will follow it very clean. It won't be all like aliased. Cinnamon challenges. No, please stop. Cease your tomfoolery. Wonder where the saying tomfoolery came from. Must have been some guy named Tom who was a total fool, or like joshing around. Where did that saying come from? Josh must have been one heck of a fool as well. Tom and Josh must have hung out. That must have been a devilish duo. Some devious I hate that that's a thing. Devious licks is the dumbest thing ever, man. So stupid. Let's see. You want to get back into ZBrush again, but you don't want to do characters. You feel like characters always gets the spotlight. Well, that's kind of that's the thing about what people want to see, right? Like of art is sort of a glamorous, like, you know, you're the actor. Like a lot of productions. There's like a joke of being like, the character artists are divas because of they get to make the main characters and stuff like that, right? Like, you know, in the games and stuff that you play. It's kind of like, you know, if you were to do a drawing and you get more views for the cute girl that you draw versus, you know, the plant, it doesn't mean that the cute girl is any better, right? It just means that that's something people will click on more, just for whatever reason. Men. So, you know, like, you don't have to do character art, but just recognize that, like, if you're in it for, even, you know what? Honestly, like, if you're going into character art just because you want to be in the spotlight, I feel like that's just really bizarre, and you shouldn't do that. You really shouldn't do that, because that's like an ego-driven thing, and that's not a good attitude to have when you're getting into the industry. Like, you shouldn't be doing things just for a spotlight, you know? But, like, you know, ZBrush isn't just for character art either. Like, you can do lots of environment type things as well. It doesn't have to be just character art. ZBrush is involved with so many different industries too, that don't, you know, jewelry even, like, it's huge. ZBrush is huge with jewelry, so there's like lots of different things you can do. Actually, I have this bone run up this way. It'll be like that. I know, baby's first puke. His name is always just... Tomfoolery comes from Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn. Really? You think every day? I don't know. Yo, the Josh fight was so good. All of the Joshes getting together and then they just let the like little 5-year-old Josh win. That was so funny. That's like those random like group chats that happen and it's just like a bunch of people that are named like Joanne get into one group, or like a whole bunch of Marks. There's just like 100 Marks in one group chat. Or did the kid win clean? Oh, maybe. Kid was just that intense. The kid was roided out. One of your favorite processes is by unioning groups on Polish. Yeah, I love Polish by these things. Like, when I'm doing production-based work, these are my cruxes. I really like them. Do I have a video for my fork full from creating asset in ZBrush and then transferring to my my workflow? A video of my workflow for creating an asset in ZBrush and transferring to Maya or Retop to be animated? No, but you can go and check out J Hill on YouTube. He's got like entire things. J Hill on YouTube, I'll always recommend him. He's awesome. Flip Normals also has a ton of really good informational videos on that stuff as well. Oops. I really like turning up the intensity on inflate and then just doing stuff with that. Especially when you're doing creature things. Very nice. Wait, what? Jay Hill's fat pockets? What do you... Oh, it's like when he does fat pockets, like fat, like deposits on okay, like I thought, okay. What would be the next step to taking a creature like this to Maya? Well, you'd want to clean it up a little bit, right? And so, because right now there's a lot of like crunchy stuff. A lot of this is like non-manifold. So what I would do if you wanted to maintain stuff like this is you'd want to obviously like Dynamesh it, then duplicate, and then ZRemesh, and then reproject with subdivisions to make sure that you're doing this with like cleaner topology. And then even then, you'll want to decimate stuff, throw it over to Maya, and then do a retopology over there or something like that. So that's usually like what I would do, is either I would do a ZRemesh or I would do a decimate, throw it over to Maya, retopologize. Either way works.
I just want to go back.
Whoa. Did that whisper in my ear. Yeah, I want to give this thing some like eyeballs. And then I'll work on the feet, okay? I'll work on the feet so that we have something like decent, because like I've been doing a lot of talking, not a lot of sculpting. I agree. Stretchy polygons be good polygons. Disclaimer for sketching, specifically for sketching, if you are, oh my god, I swear to god, if there's like an influx of people trying to like put this kind of stuff in their portfolios, please do not put stretchy polygons in your portfolios, guys. This is for sketching purposes and to have fun. Just putting that out there. Like, do not be putting this kind of stuff in your portfolio. realize that I have to like put disclaimers on these things because not everybody knows. It's a sketch. We're sketching as if we're using a sketchbook. That's what all of this is. Turn that intensity on that down because a little bit much. Probably grab this front bit here, right here, and then play around with the shape here. What's this AccuCurve? AccuCurve you can get in the brush menu if you scroll to the curve part in AccuCurve right here. Voila. And then you click AccuCurve. I put it on my UI for snake hooks specifically because it will pull things in a sharp point as opposed to an averaged point. So I like to use it for like sharp things, and I even use it for hard surface. I think actually I got excited during the ID presentation because they actually mentioned that. I was like, hey guys, like you can use AccuCurve for your hard surface stuff, like, you know, if you're making knives and everything like that, for sharp points and just like moving things around, and it's actually really nice for hard surface. And I almost feel like maybe I'm the crazy one for doing that, but then ID was literally like, yeah, put AccuCurve on your move brush and start moving things around, and I was like, yes, yes, I hear you. I'm there with you. Yes. I also use that. So, AccuCurve is awesome. Not feeling these things, man. What's up with you? Your nose, weird. I'm gonna change this. I don't like it. Down. I think overall, I want them to be kept straight. I think I liked it straight more. The AccuCurve back on. That. But everything kind of like pulled back into the face. No. Are we on time? One more hour? Okay. I can go for another hour, that's fine. Starting to get a little bit of a headache though. Bear with me. Not enjoying these legs. Legs gotta be chunky. I'm gonna chunk them up. And I think make them more straight. Let's see. Oh, there's so much stuff. Hold on. Hold up. So many comments. Ba 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 ba. Yes, I do really like the snake hook brush. It's very nice. I do like it. Very nice. My other brushes that I use 1 through 0 is clay buildup. You can see them over here too, by the way. Pavement standard, H polish, 4 is my snake hook, 5 is inflate, 6 is pinch, 7 is my cut, 8 is /2/2. You can get inside of the lightbox menu in the brush palette. Yeah. AccuCurve with Move Topological, also very good. Works the same kind of way as like if you got different poly groups for those things, same thing. Just start with ZBrush, no problem. Tell me if it's normal that your model has over 3 million polys. I would not be, well, I mean, yes, that's normal if you're working with high levels of detail, but if you're not, if you're just starting your sculpt, I would say you maybe want to be working with less resolution, right? If you're not at a detailed stage yet. Do more pointy things with AccuCurve. Yes. I do lots of pointy things with AccuCurve. Do you know if you swirl your stroke with Snake Hook and AccuCurve that you will be in to spin the end of whatever you're pulling out? Yes. Yeah, it's very good at creating like curves and things of that nature. Do you have to duplicate your subtool and then reproject the polypaint information? YouTube, it'll find. Yes, Aaron, you are correct. Listen to Aaron. What does that mean? Sorry, very new. Okay, you guys are talking that out, hashing it out. Can't see the bottom of my UI. Do I only use brush hotkeys? Yeah, I don't have my brushes like on the actual screen. I use them on my keyboard. It's just faster for me that way. I don't like reaching around and clicking things. I like to just like have my other hand do all the wizardry. Hey, Art, not sure if you know, but at the Summit from the ID software, use a technique where they have dynamic sub-piece and they want to constrain a live boolean into the surface like a strapper piece. They use a brush that allows them to do that, but I am not able to replicate that behavior. I think something related to project or some sort. Hold on, wait, sorry. They use a technique where they have a dynamic subdivided piece, yeah, and then they want to constrain a live boolean in the surface like a strap or piece. They want to constrain. I'm not following. I'm so sorry. My brain is like super fried. Is this super easy to understand? Am I being dumb right now? Like that you can't get live boolean to work? Or is that what you're saying? This eyeball is ugly. Yo, what's up, Spliced? How you doing, Austin? Welcome back from work. You're alive. Time to play New World. Move brush and project setting, I think, I was thinking about talking about more of you have Boolean, but instead of moving it manually, it fits on the surface. They use a brush behavior that does it easily. Trying to remember the presentation. Like, my memory is really bad. Okay, so was it... Did it have something to do with the IMMs, like Boolean in IMM? Like if you're IMMing, like, you know, putting down like different materials, you can move stuff around. You could also drag. So like if you're dragging something out, I don't know if maybe like, you know, with this, it might have been drag dot, right? Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Send me it after on social, and I'll get it, or I'll get around to like looking at it. Okay. I'm trying to remember, but my memory is not like the greatest. I'm sorry. But if Daisuke has the answer for you, then listen to him. I'm not really like a fan of this at all. I think I'm gonna try editing that a little bit, just like squishing it all together. Like that, like this is coming out so much. Maybe actually if I just kind of bring the eyeballs inwards. Will look less annoying to me. Yeah, I think so. Said I would work on the legs, and now I'm just like in here trying to make this just work again. I'll just, in order to fix that, I'm going to do a mirror and weld. Not a fan of this eyeball. Just not. I'm just not. I'm just not. More structure back here, I think that's what it is. Leading. Yeah, gonna grab that too. What the heck? Ooh, I hate music that does this. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. gonna save real quick and I'm gonna do something dangerous. It doesn't let me while it's that. Okay, well, I can, symmetry. There we go. Yummy, 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 yummy. Yeah. We want to do, yeah, there we go. The danger. Wait, before I do that though, before I do that, I won't use all of these at the same time. I'm gonna merge them down. And then I'll deal with that after. There we go. Good morning from the other side of the world. Good morning from the other side of the world. Good evening from the other side of the world. Symmetry! I thought I just turned it off. What do you mean? There we go. And then yes. And then accept. And then oopsie daisies. Wait. More. And then up. Here. Grab these. Bring them back down. Put them in there. Throw them eyeballs back. Voila. And ballies. And now we got a big boy. Sorry. Do I have a schedule for stream? Usually Wednesdays at 8 or at 6 to 10 p.m. EST is when I'm live here on this channel. You want to check or like any of the other streamers though? This channel's like live every single day, so somebody on every single day. This ain't my channel. This just I just take this channel hostage every Wednesday, and then it turns into an absolutely stupid conversation of things completely related to ZBrush, and why do they even keep allowing me to stream here? I don't really know. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god. This beat, it reminds me of what the trigger the worms in Dune. Worm be like, I like this. See if I can grab just oops. Still like bugged by this like bottom bit right here. I'm gonna fix this up because it is it ain't working for me. I think something more. Yeah, there we go. That does work a little bit better right there. There we go. Alright, fixing your legs because your legs are busted, bro. You're busted. Okay, let's fix these. Rule 99 conversations, milk crate challenges. Yo, A-Cubed, I know we're on a Pixologic channel, but you know what would be really cool is if you just did a little like renegade for me and then a dab and TikToked the milk crates. Yo. How do you show your model in different angles on the screen like you did a few moments ago? Shift S. So just angle it wherever you like let's say it's like this. Shift S that, and then you can drag your thing around again. Angle it however you want, like this. Shift S will screen cap it, and then you move that around again. And then in order to get rid of all of this on the screen, Control N. There you go. It's just a concept from a sketch. It's just a sketch, Zachary. It's not for anything. It's just for fun. We're just playing. We're just sketching. We're just having fun. How do you get the other subtools hashed then not affected by the deformer? So it's one subtool at a time. When you I was using one subtool at a time. I just kind of like put. Ooh, stutter strikes again. Okay. Sorry, this happens sometimes. Sometimes I just take the things and I'll compress them down into one subtool, and then I will put a deformer on top of that. But I'll you can mask with it, you just can't use it in symmetry. So you have to get rid of symmetry. So just press X before you put the deformer on, and then you can work around with it. If you wanted to like use multiple subtools though, like instead of like crushing stuff down, like you can do that. I think with the pizza boxes. Wait, let me just double check really quick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so same thing with the pizza box. You could do it if you didn't want to crush it down. You just press this right here. That's why they call it pizza boxes, because it's like the rectangles stacked on top of each other. And then, yeah. Sometimes my brain, man. It's so hard. I have to fight it sometimes, bro. I don't understand. Doggo to humanize the influencer. Yes, I have a dog, therefore I am human. Sorry, sometimes when my headache starts coming, I have a hard time like talking. All good though, no worries. We've got like a half an hour so left. What's up, Frost? How you doing? Only Pixel brings back the orange and green hats. You guys really like that one? I don't find that one to be the best one, personally. I think the ones that I have are the best, which are the blue and white ones. Those are my favorite. I actually really like the flat-rimmed one. I'd wear the crap out of that one. Dynamesh. Does mine have the raised rubber ZBrush? Yeah, it's got the it's not printed, it's got the thing that sticks out. I got it, like, they sent a like gift package when I first started stream, because I was like, I think I was the first one to stream on this channel, like in terms of like the ZBrush live presenters, which is kind of crazy. And then it was like Shane as well. And I remember getting like a box, and then there was like hats and a ton of like shirts, which some of them now are like they're so old now. Like I wore them like crazy around the house and stuff. They just have like paint stains and things on them, but they're still near and dear to me. The ZBrush shirts. Like I got the orange one. I just like Chris Costa as like a person. Like he's got such a good way of talking about things, and I relate to it the most, I think. I think they're all incredibly talented artists, but in terms of like relatability, I think Chris Costa was really up there. It's interesting because the type of work that he does is very different from me, but it's very much the same mythology. Wow, my brain, I don't know right now. But it's very much the same like principles, the way that he like views everything and looks at things, you know, fractally and things of that nature, and just like how things in nature repeat down to the micro level all the way up to the absolutely large scale things. It's interesting how everything is interwoven and connected, and I think about that on a very frequent basis. Especially when you're taking so much inspiration from like real life and looking at so many pictures, right? You start to see these connections. And so in terms of like how he talks about things and how grounded he is about everything, the way that he approaches stuff is very, very cool. I love when people get very meticulous about the detail, but then don't lose the overall picture of everything. Methodology. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Her mythic lol. Ah! Okay. Thanks, Art. I'm not giving them. I have 2 of them, but I use them. I use both of them when my hair's all nice and greasy. Those hats have seen some very greasy heads. My head specifically. tool set in Gumroad with the meshes that work with Z-modeling? Oh, Ara, yeah, Ara's got a lot of stuff. He's really good. He's really, really good. Some of these shapes are just kind of bothering me. I think along in here, let me grab here. Oh, I really like the back bits. Wait, let me try one more thing, maybe. I like the back bits. Yeah. I'm gonna get rid of them. Bye bye. It's a little bit better now. Now though, this bit I think needs to like come upwards because the head does feel large, which is not like necessarily a bad thing, but just feels a little bit off balanced. So if I bring that in, probably work a little bit better. So I think a little bit less intense with the large head that feels a little bit more balanced. And then back here, hi Mark, how are you? Thanks, Frost, I appreciate it. What's the link to Ara's Gumroad? I don't know. I don't have that. Let me see if I can find. You have it on his, yeah, he has it on his website. Here you go. Got it. Here you go. Okay. Gonna keep going. Got half an hour. See what I can do with these leggies. Maybe I make them big and chunky. Big and chunky. Oh yeah. See, this is all the fun stuff that you can get. You just embrace the chunk and the crunch. People would be like, ew, it's so ugly, ew. When you're sketching, I mean, it's not really that bad. You're sketching. Just saying. I hate these front legs so much, dude. To fix this, like I can't, like they're bothering me so bad. Bad shape. No. A lot of it too is just like getting it to feel like it can support, because right now it doesn't feel like it can support. It has to do with how all of this is positioned right here. Put the weight back down onto this. Looks like your dog. Hi, Gabe. How you doing?
I can do something here. Interesting. Alright, let's pull and push. Pull and push. Pull and push. So that throw it here. Let it be all nice and disgusting. Nice and disgusting. See you, Alex. Thanks for dropping by. Am I gonna do some poly paint and renders when I'm done? Probably not. I gotta go back to work right after this. Hair looking stuff in the back. She's kind of poofy. Oh yeah, yeah. The hair in her butt. Yo, what's up, Jose? How are you doing? How's it going? Guys, Jose also streams here on this channel. He's in chat right now. If you're interested in an awesome chill stream, does lots of cool creature stuff too. We can just like screw it. Have everything just come down like that. Why not? Okay. Okay. Save, and I'm gonna do like some posing, I think. Might make this a little bit more interesting. Good night, Pepe. Came here for some learning. Learning of what? What can I teach you? What can I teach you? I can't teach you anything. Don't be silly. Oh, no, wait, I want this. And then I will... stuff. Okay, now we pose a little bit. I hate this kind of music. Sorry. Oh my god, it drives me insane. How to be a poser. Me. I'm a poser. I'm a big poser.
No, it's another one of these high pitched. I can't do it. This high-pitched stuff is driving me insane. What do I usually listen to? Like, not this. I mean, it's okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I listen to a little bit of like anything, any and everything. I don't really know. I don't stick to like one genre in particular. But I just don't like anything that's really high-pitched. I prefer bass. And, like, not a lot of vocals. I don't really care for a lot of vocals. It really distracts me. I get really, like... my anxiety spikes with, like, a lot of vocals a lot of the time.
Romance music? Ew. The hell? What are you talking about? Romance music. What even is that? How to adjust things like mirror and weld like yours? Oh, add things on your UI? You can, it's in like, you go to interface, you, no, not that, config, and then you enable customize, then you're able to control shift and like drag things around, I'm pretty sure. If I'm wrong about that, just go on to zclassroom.com, and then there is a tutorial there that runs you through exactly how to do that. What am I doing? Actually, grab this one right here. Do you want to? Yes. Hi Victoria, how are you doing?
what new feature am I most excited about? That like feature with the transpose where it was just kind of like moving stuff around and like remember when Paul was like doing that? It was really short. He very briefly skimmed over it. It was like sort of like the balloony thing where you can like scale on a radial function multiple subtools at the same time. I like that. I like that. The writing aspect feature. What's the difference between VDM and alpha brushes? VDM essentially, it doesn't have the same restrictions that alphas do because you can actually get underneath things. It's using like an actual mesh to dictate what the height information is rather than an alpha that is just kind of like pulling up from the plane. You're not ever gonna get underneath. Like you're never gonna get like detail that curves underneath, right? So if you wanted to do like a claw or a tooth, you can do that with VDMs, but you can't do that with alphas because if you pull an alpha out of like a tooth, it will just be like this square block underneath the tooth, right? Because it's just pulling out a plane, whereas like a VDM is like pulling out the mesh from your surface. Symmetry! No? Never. I guess I'd have to do that back in T-Pose Master. Creating characters or creatures for games and Photoshop pictures. So if you're creating, so you wouldn't be doing what I'm doing if you were just doing it for like a picture, you know, like an illustration, because that's literally what's going on here. If you're doing it for games and film, you would be a lot more clean about things, right? Like you would not be stretching geometry or anything like that. You would want to keep things like, you know, like if you had like everything would be quads, right? Like if you were doing games, then triangles, sure, but you wouldn't do it at such a high res like this and start posing things before you even have your low poly or anything like that. You would want to make sure that your high poly is approved in the T-pose state, right? And then you retopologize it like that, you know, clean topology by hand, and then you UV it and texture it, and then it can be sent in to get rigged. So that's a completely different workflow than this, which is just sketch and use like the broken geometry and as messy as you want. It doesn't matter because when you render it out, then you just paint over top of it. The difference is you can't use this specifically for a game or a film, right? Because you can't rig this or anything. It's not clean like that. So don't try. Do I ever think about what kind of environment, diet your creature has to influence designs? Like, if it's a carnivore predator, it'd have more natural weapon. Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely think about that. If I'm doing more specific things, something like this though, because I'm just kind of like, I guess, indulging in just shapes alone. I don't really think about it too much. But otherwise, yeah, like I definitely do think about that. This is like super just gestural anyways. Doesn't have like really like solid anatomy or anything like that. My brain, it ain't there tonight, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry. I have seen Dune. Dune was awesome, dude. Dune was like incredible. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. Go see IGN. Okay. Ooh.
Do something like that.
Flabby arms. You got them flabby arms. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. I think I'm gonna go because it's 10.
Let's see. Did we miss anything important? Answered all of those.
All right. Okay, well, if you guys have any questions or anything, you can always hit me up on any of my socials right here. I am going to go now because I gotta go back to work. And I hope you guys enjoyed this random sketching session. It was fun. Did a bunch of random whatever this is. And if you liked ZBrush as well and you aren't already using it, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? They're offering a 30-day free trial. I don't know if the promo is still on. You can go and check. There might be a promo that's still on that's ending, right? Is it ending? Is it almost done? It might be ending today. You can go and check. It might still be 20% off for the whole thing, so. If not, though, they do have the 30-day trial, and then there's also ZBrush Core Mini if you want to just try a super stripped down version of ZBrush that is just Sculptress Pro and nothing else. So check that out. Have fun with ZBrush. I'm gonna go sleep now. Just kidding, I'm gonna go back to work. And I hope you guys have a great evening. Okay, here's my socials, and goodbye. Yes.